Far out.
This piece of media in particular is completely lost. This is E5M1. This level in particular is available for download, but its existence implies that there is an episode 5. Could there have been a new boss? Could there have been new weapons? We'll never know. Hong Kong 97 is one of the worst video games ever made. It is something that needs to be seen to be believed. is allegedly a lost commercial from Japan. It is so obscure, it has become more of an urban legend than anything else. The rumor began with a 2chan post about commercials that scared people as kids. One user said the following: "There was this terribly scary commercial, and I still have it constantly left in my memory. There were two white human figures depicted against a black backdrop, and this noise going, gone, gone, kept ringing. What's sure is the part that went, every 2 seconds, a man dies on Earth. So after the noise is repeated twice, one of the figures disappear. On the next instant, the human figure returns back to its old place, and now it's the other one that disappeared. It was a commercial with only that repeating over and over for an extended time." No one knows where the commercial is, and there are no leads of any kind. The search has been going on for 15 years now, and we don't even know if it exists or not. What we do know about the commercial is that it has been debunked as an official government PSA, as the Japanese government denied creating the commercial, and that the commercial could be from a pants company, a chemical company, or a manufacturing company. The sequel to Among Us was cancelled due to the first game's massive popularity. All of the content we had planned for Among Us 2 will instead go into Among Us 1, Intersoft writes. This is probably the more difficult choice because it means going deep into the core of the game and reworking several parts of it. We have lots of things planned, and we're excited to bring new content to everyone as you continue to enjoy playing.
If I told you that Among Us, one of the breakout hits of 2020, actually came out 2 years ago in 2018, you'd probably think I was making it up. But despite that, it is a fact, and most people would admit that 2020 was the year that the party-based survival game, or perhaps the sneak 'em up, took off. But being a 2-year-old game meant that developer Inner Sloth had been planning a sequel, Among Us 2, which has now been cancelled. The past few months for Inner Sloth has been crazy. Among Us has taken off in a manner that only the likes of Fall Guys can compete with, dominating Twitch channels and becoming everyone's favourite party game to chill out with friends while playing. One of the reasons the team wanted to make a sequel was because the codebase for the original game is apparently incredibly outdated, but instead of making that sequel, Inner Sloth plans to take all the ideas the studio had and put them back into the current game. This is due to the success of the game, and the dev plans to go back and rework several parts of the core code of the game. So it's definitely not disappointing news, as everyone loves Among Us, and this will all make that game even better.
Newt is Pixar's only cancelled film, mainly due to its similarity with another animated film, Rio. Pete Docter saw the script and suggested that they make what would become Inside Out. It was about the last two blue-footed newts on Earth having a romantic relationship. What happens when the last remaining male and female blue-footed newts on the planet are forced together by science to save the species, and they can't stand each other? That's the problem facing Newt and Brooke. Heroes of Newt. The Pixar film by 7-time Academy Award winner Gary Rydstrom and director of Pixar's Oscar-nominated short Lifted. Newt and Brooke embark on a perilous, unpredictable adventure and discover that finding a mate never goes as planned, even when you only have one choice. Love, it turns out, is not a science. Creator Alex Hirsch said that he had no intention of releasing the pilot of Gravity Falls to the public, mainly out of embarrassment and its similarity to the first episode. Hirsch actually did release the pilot, but it was in an ARG. Throughout the show, there were cryptic messages that would eventually lead to coordinates with statues of the main antagonist, and I believe one of them had the pilot in a chest.
Gravity Falls is not what you'd call a sleepy town, though like any other town, all the people rest at the moon's request when the sun goes down. But that is when the mayhem awakens and madness crawls out of nowhere. We go where adventure calls, while the people are sleeping behind safe walls. We're explorers of forests and haunted halls, empty graves and old caves and abandoned malls. I mean, there's nothing else to do here in Gravity Falls.
Mario 64 DD is essentially a disc version of Mario 64. It's been found. Little was known about it other than it had similar graphics and Luigi was a playable character. It was found by a French collector in Japan who dumped the ROM online.
There it is, unguarded. All I have to do is... Wait, it's too easy. There must be some kind of security. This is our burglar alarm? A bucket of water? That was too easy. Hey, this isn't water. This is gas. What?
Clockman is an animated short from Czechoslovakia. Bungie forum user Commander Santa recalled it scaring him as a kid, starting the search. It aired on Nickelodeon, but wasn't seen for decades after being on Pinwheel one time. It was eventually found on YouTube, uploaded by the company that made it. Crackmaster was a Sesame Street short of unknown origin. Similar to Clockman, people were scared of it and would flock to forums to talk about it. It was found when a company mailed it to one of the people looking for it. It would also be emailed to another person.
While laying in her bed, the cracks overhead more and more looked like a camel. Today's a rainy day and I can't go out and play. Would you take me for a ride, camel? Said the camel crack, climb upon my back, and right through the wall they did go. When out they came again, they were standing by Crack Hen. Hello to you, Miss Hen, meet my friend. Then went the three to wall where Crack Monkey lived, close by the attic door. Good day, good day, good day, I'm glad you came my way. And how has everybody been? We've all been fine. Meet a new friend of mine. She has come to meet crack creatures here. And this is all of you? Yes, now that you're here too. But perhaps not so, said Monkey Crack. At night behind the door, I think I've heard one more. Then let us all go make a new crack friend. So they happily skipped into where they'd never been, and in corner found a giant crack. Who are you, they said. The crack just growled instead and made himself look very big and mean. He said, I am Crack Master. But just then the wall plaster began to crumble to the floor, and where the monster stood were only beams of wood. He destroyed himself trying to be mean. Went each creature to his wall, and each knowing all was well where each crack lived. Camel, thank you for the ride. The rain has stopped outside. We'll go and see the cracks again someday.
This was a Lost DS game about mean girls. There was very little information about the game, basically nothing aside from the cover that you're seeing right now, but over time there has been more information accumulated about it. YouTuber Bob Dunga managed to release a playthrough of the game. this movie doesn't exist. Its popularity originated from a 4chan post, as many of the users on the site found the idea laughable. Regal Films, the company that was supposed to make the movie, is responsible for direct-to-DVD mockumentaries. Agent Orange, the alleged director of the film, opened up a crowdfund for the movie, but it is unknown if he's even the director, as he stayed anonymous. Rude Removal is an episode of Dexter's Laboratory that had swearing. The premise was that Dexter and Dee Dee managed to separate the rude and polite versions of themselves, with the rude versions of themselves swearing and throwing things at their mom. The episode would later be banned due to complaints. This one's relatively simple. The BBC wrote over the tapes they used to record episodes of Doctor Who to cover costs. Many episodes have been found in several different ways, but many of them are still lost. For example, some episodes were found in a Mormon compound.
From there we visited, I think it was Kaduna, which is one of the oldest stations in Nigeria again. I knew that Kaduna was the one that had bought a lot of Doctor Who's back in the 1960s. That's where the paperwork said it was sold to. And they disposed of all of their film, not quite all of it. I remember asking to go and look in an old prop store, which was the place they kept the film. And me being me, I was climbing over shelves and stuff like that, and there was a carpet there, and I pulled the carpet back, and lo and behold, there were 2 episodes of The Sky at Night from the 1960s, which was a nice thing to find. The next day we went to Jos, which was in Bueno Plateau. You know, you go to these places and you don't have any expectation of what you're going to find. You're going into a system that's long been broken down. And when you've been to Kaduna, you realise the film's been disposed of, and you think to yourself, well, everything's gone. You know, and is this going to be the pattern for everywhere else? If it is, that's fine, we can accept that, because it puts an end to any rumour or anything like that, which is important. And we'll move to the next station and see what's there. However, when we got to Jos and we got inside, this was a station that had not been touched in probably 40 years. Things were still on the shelf, and that's where I found the Doctor Who's. The film store was quite a small area really, lots of Dexian racking all around, and bits of masking tape, sort of The World About Us, and a couple of other programmes, some American shows. And then there was this small piece that said, Doctor Who on it, and I thought, hang on, let's take a look at this. Looking at the cans, and the contents inside, obviously they matched. It was a really exciting moment. It's one of those moments you think, what am I going to do now? We were really lucky with the condition of the films. The room they were stored in wasn't air conditioned. It was a dark room. Some of the films that had been stored there, I think there was a Morecambe and Wise print there, was just basically mush. It was a sad thing to see, because it was one of the early first series they did for the BBC, for BBC Two. Upon examining those Doctor Who films, all 12 of them, they were in pretty good condition, I thought. Not perfect, No, I wouldn't say there wasn't any strong sense of vinegar or anything like that, but I think we arrived just in time. I think any longer, and I think we'd have had real problems recovering those programs. So we arrived, absolutely in the nick of time. And strangely enough, I spoke to the guy who actually bought the programs for Kaduna, and he said, I have instructions to destroy those. So I said, no, please don't destroy them. We're quite happy to have them back as per the original contract, which was to destroy, return, or send to another broadcaster. So our intervention there was very, very timely.
Crybaby Lane was a movie from Nickelodeon that was very inappropriate for kids, featuring body horror, satanic rituals, and possessions. The plot follows kids being possessed after doing a seance on the grave of conjoined twins separated by a saw by their father. The movie was rumored to be lost for a long time, but it was eventually found online. Nickelodeon would later air the movie again. This was a $65 million animated film that was supposed to come out in the early 2000s, but would actually come out in the early 2010s. Contrary to popular belief, the food fight was not stolen. The creators destroyed the movie. It was estimated that 60% of the film was completed at the time, but only trailers, concept art, and a few reels remain today.
Woody! I'd just like to wish you luck. I know you'd do the same for me.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Whoa! Whoa! What are you, what's everybody looking at? What? Hey, he slipped. I tried to, I couldn't hold that. It was he slipped. I think he fell onto the street.
He was as good as roadkill. He ain't going to pizza now.
Woody, you deliberately threw Buzz out the window.
Hey, it's a toy world.
Cowboy, where is your honor, dirtbag? You are an absolute disgrace. You don't deserve to wear a 10-gallon hat on your pint-sized head. Men, search and rescue. I want a medevac team on the double. Hustle up. Move it, move it, move it.
Hey, spuds for brains. What do you think you're doing? Off the bed. Hey, off the bed.
You gonna make us, Woody?
No, he is. Slinky! Slinky! Get up here and do your job! Are you deaf? I said take care of them!
I'm sorry, Woody, but I have to agree with them. I don't think what you did was right.
What? Am I hearing correctly? You don't think I was right? Who said your job was to think, Spring?
More than 2,000 years ago, the wisdom of centuries went up in smoke. This disaster deserves the title, the most destructive fire in the history of human culture.
47 years before the birth of Christ, most of the world's recorded knowledge was gathered in one place, the city of Alexandria, on the Mediterranean coast of Egypt. The great library of Alexandria was world famous as a nucleus for science and literature. Built in the 3rd century BC, the library had a most astonishing goal: to possess a copy of every written work known to man. Its collection eventually grew to more than 700,000 scrolls. But the library was also a think tank and research center that attracted the best minds of the day. People like Aristarchus, who determined that the Earth revolved around the sun 1,800 years before Copernicus, and Hero, the inventor who created a working model of a steam engine nearly 2 millennia before James Watt.
But it would be another famous personality who would forever carry the blame for the destruction of the great library.
In 47 BC, the Roman dictator Julius Caesar came to Alexandria to settle a dispute. The young Cleopatra was locked in a power struggle for the throne of Egypt with her younger brother, Ptolemy. When Caesar fell for the wiles of Cleopatra, Ptolemy rebelled. In the battle that followed, Caesar ordered his soldiers to burn the Egyptian fleet lying in the harbor. The fire quickly spread from the waterfront to the great library. The flames consumed a large part of the library's collection, marking the single greatest loss of knowledge in history. Some historians speculate that the fire set civilization back by 1,000 years. Who knows? If the great library at Alexandria hadn't burned, Columbus may not have sailed to the New World. He might have gone to the moon.
Recently, a new library was built in Alexandria, but it can never replace the ancient collection burned in the fire. It contained rare manuscripts, the comedies of Aristotle, and more than 200 plays by Aeschylus and Euripides, classic works forever lost.
Coming up, the most
This was an early animation of what would eventually become Jimmy Neutron. It was shown in a 1996 animation festival with Johnny, the main character, confronting asteroids or aliens. For a while, only 11 seconds of the short was made publicly available, along with some poor quality stills and some concept art. This is some of the earliest concept art for both Jimmy Neutron and Johnny Quasar. The short was later found when the voice actor of the short uploaded both the 1995 and 1997 demos to YouTube.
Hi, I'm Johnny Quasar, and this is my robot dog, Goddard. Bark, 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 bark. I made him myself. You see, I'm a genius, but sometimes I'm too smart for my own good. Danger, danger. Whoa, got a blast!
Okay, so Rhapsody Street Kids Believe in Santa is the worst Christmas movie I've ever seen in my entire life. Hell, it's the worst fucking animated movie I've ever seen in my entire life by like a wide margin. Like, what the fuck is this movie? It was a Christmas special by Wolf Studios that aired on WB. It was panned by critics and audiences alike for its clunky and unfinished animation, weak story, and shallow characters. Despite this, it had high-quality voice acting with the likes of Mark Hamill and other high-class voice actors. And this aired only one time, so I can only imagine the kids that watched it thinking that this was some fucked up fever dream. Because it was aired sporadically and never went on DVD, it was exceedingly rare. But it would later resurface when Lost Media Wiki member Diasite was given a copy of the film by the studio in 2015.
Great Grandma, you always know just what to say. Christmas!
This was an uncensored version of these 2 episodes of South Park. In these episodes, celebrities like Tom Cruise want to put an end to the show, so they use the Prophet Muhammad, as they see the figure above ridicule.
Killed your own father, and then you fed him to your half-brother! No! No! Now eat your chili! The super best friends? Oh no! Don't get you, Tom Cruise!
Hey, look, Tom Cruise has semen on his back.
What did you say?
Oh yeah, Tom Cruise does have semen on his back.
I guess maybe Tom Cruise likes semen. Whoa! You're not supposed to be able to make fun of me anymore. What the hell's going on?
I'll be back, super best friends!
Who's the creepy ginger kid? Reiner, you said the goo machine would work, but I got made fun of.
That's because there is no goo, Mr. Cruz. You see, I learned something today. Throughout this whole ordeal, we've all wanted to show things that we weren't allowed to show. But it wasn't because of some magic goo. It was because of the magical power of threatening people with violence. That's obviously the only true power. If there's anything we've all learned, it's that terrorizing people works.
That's right. Don't you see, Gingers? If you don't want to be made fun of anymore, all you need are guns and bombs to get people to stop.
That's right, friends. All you need to do is instill fear and be willing to hurt people, and you can get whatever you want. The only true power is violence.
Yeah.
And now, Astrology with Squidward.
Today, we explore Sagittarius, sign of the, half horse, half guy with a bow and arrow. The good thing about Sagittarians, they have great aim. The bad thing about them, they poop while they're walking. So never march behind them in a parade. My prediction for Sagittarius in the coming year, you won't eat enough green vegetables. I'm Squidward, your Nicktoon astrologer, reminding you that if you smelt it, chances are you dealt it.
This was a lost Nickelodeon movie about a guitarist who gets rid of rats in a town named Hamlin. When he isn't rewarded, he convinces the kids of the town to run away with him and join him on a mountain. The movie was lost for decades, and this is the timeline of it. In 2016, an anonymous user got a VHS copy of the film, but it was deinterlaced. In 2019, the soundtrack was found by Synth Commando. In 2020, the underscore and original soundtrack was found. In 2021, another version of the movie was found.
I know where I should be. I know where I should be. I gotta climb the mountain.
Dad, don't go. We'll talk to Dad. Make him change his mind. We want you to stay for supper.
We're having macaroni and cheese.
Sounds good. But I gotta split. I'm in a place where I don't fit. I had a dad like yours once too, and he never did what he promised to do, either.
Daddy doesn't treat me right. Mama doesn't kiss goodnight. Surely this is not my home. All I do is feel alone. Gotta find the fast lane out of here. Suddenly my path is clear. I gotta climb the mountain.
Where will you go, Sly?
I've got a cave up in that peak where I can find the peace I seek. Goodbye, Nick. Be sure to practice your guitar. Someday you might be a star, no matter what Dad says. And you, oh, there's no end to what you can do. That is if they don't block your way. Keep warm. Be cool. Bye, all.
Goodbye, Sly.
Daddy doesn't let me play.
They never want to play. Doesn't hear a word I say. They always turn away.
Suddenly I seem to find my own voice.
Suddenly I have a choice. I'm gonna climb the mountain, mountain, mountain.
Hey, look! Yeah!
You get back
You'll
here!
be late for your ballet lessons.
Come on, Mick!
My guitar!
Mick! You had me worried there for a minute, Mick. Mick?
There's something happening here, but I don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Jones? Janice, there'll be no macaroni and cheese for you tonight, young lady. Nick, I forbid you to take one more step.
I'm going, Dad! Let go!
Oh.
Run, Mick, run! Daddy doesn't treat me right.
I do the best I can.
Mama doesn't kiss goodnight.
You said you were too old for that.
What's behind us looks so cold.
Cold?
Up ahead, new worlds unfold. From this moment we kiss our past goodbye. From now on we're following Sly.
We gotta climb the mountain.
This was a 91-minute film released in 2006 that adapted the first part of Hirohiko Araki's long-running manga series JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It was only shown publicly in Japanese theaters. Possible reasons for its disappearance include religious controversy the studio dealt with over its OVA adaptation of Stardust Crusaders. This would lead the studio to losing the JoJo license and poor reception of the film.
It was just a publicity stunt for a TV cartoon show, but the discovery of 9 suspicious electronic devices triggered a giant scare across the city of Boston today. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes is live in Burbank to tell us what those devices turned out to be. Rob?
Well, Michelle, the folks here at Cartoon Network, or more specifically Turner Broadcasting, which owns Cartoon Network, they have a lot of explaining to do. What was supposed to be a marketing stunt is now being blamed for that terrorist scare in Boston. At least 9 devices were found planted throughout the city in Boston in sensitive areas. Authorities say they look like circuit boards with wires hanging from them. The first one was spotted in a subway station under the 93 freeway, forcing a shutdown of the station and the interstate. Others were found at the Boston University Bridge, the Tufts New England Medical Center, and other spots around the city. Bomb squad members were rushed to the scenes and eventually determined those devices were fake. Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick clearly upset in a news conference, saying it's a hoax and it's not funny. Now, Turner Broadcasting today released this statement. The packages in question are magnetic lights that pose no danger. We regret that they were mistakenly thought to pose any danger. Now, this is what the devices look like: electronic circuit boards with battery-operated flashing lights. Turner says they were part of a third-party advertising campaign from a New York ad agency. They were supposed to promote a late-night cartoon called Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It airs on Cartoon Network's Adult Swim lineup, and a feature-length film is due out in March based on that cartoon. Now, Turner says similar devices have been in place and planted in 9 other major cities all across the United States, but the Department of Homeland Security says it has no credible reports of any of those packages being spotted in any major cities outside of Boston. Reporting live in Burbank, Rob Hayes, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Okay, Rob, thanks.
Boston's police commissioner defending his reaction to a so-called bomb scare. It happened yesterday after a bunch of strange electronic devices were found stashed around town. Police shut down large sections of the city until they found out it was all a promotional prank for the Cartoon Network. Today, the guys accused of planting the devices pleaded not guilty to disorderly conduct. Then they stumped reporters.
I feel like my hair is pretty perfect, but altogether I want to redirect this onto the topic of haircuts in the 70s because I want to educate myself about it a little bit more.
Turner Broadcasting, which owns the Cartoon Network, has apologized for the promotion. It also included several other cities like LA, where the items were removed without incident.
Police say they're responsible for causing a climate of fear in Boston, Los Angeles, and several other cities this week. And tonight, these 2 suspects seem to have no problem mocking their right to remain silent.
These guys are not taking it seriously.
Yeah, I really feel like we're not getting the feedback.
Yeah, we're not getting the feedback that we need from you guys. If you really want to talk to us, please talk to us about the topic.
I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
Tonight, we hear from the 2 suspects about a promotional stunt that went very wrong and learn more about the very real trouble they're in. CBS 2's Mark Coogan is live with the story. Mark.
Paul, in Boston, they're certainly not interested in talking about hairstyles of the 70s. Boston officials want Turner Broadcasting, the parent of Cartoon Network, to pay up for the chaos yesterday. Turner has apologized, but said some of the electric signs in question were up and visible for 2 to 3 weeks. And the 2 guys who apparently put the signs up look like they are on their way to achieving cult status, much like the cartoon series they were promoting. The 2 defendants were clowning in a Boston area courtroom today, but authorities there were in earnest about yesterday's mess following a Cartoon Network publicity campaign that evoked fears of terrorism. Electronic signs that had been surreptitiously placed around Boston featuring an irreverent cartoon character triggered one bomb scare after another, anger and some panic among the public, blistering condemnations from politicians, and charges of placing a hoax device and disorderly conduct against 2 guerrilla ad men who pleaded not guilty in court and then walked out on $2,500 bail.
Yeah, rock on. Peace.
The Cartoon Network ad campaign aimed to place the electric signs in 10 cities, including Los Angeles. But by the time word got here yesterday, the threat had passed, so the LAPD turned the hunt into a training exercise, searching around 50 locations on the west side, but coming up empty.
We never found any of these devices, at least so far, but that may be the case that they were never even ever put up, or they've been since taken down. Execute.
Meanwhile, in other advertising missteps, last year's campaign to promote the movie Mission Impossible 3 has the federal government threatening to sue Paramount Pictures and the Los Angeles Times. Sometimes news racks were fitted with devices that played the Mission Impossible theme song. Some people mistook the devices for bombs. In one instance, a bomb scare forced the evacuation of the West LA Veterans Affairs Hospital. The feds estimated the cost of that at around $93,000. We've all heard them, all publicity is good publicity, and just spell my name right. They're old adages in the entertainment industry. They never were literally true, and they certainly were coined before 9/11. Live on the Sunset Strip, Mark Coogan, CBS 2 News. Back to you.
PewDiePie and Jacksepticeye made the second season of Scare PewDiePie, but it was never released due to the controversy Felix garnered when he made the Fiverr video, among other things. PewDiePie claimed to have the episodes, but he said he couldn't upload them due to legal reasons. This was revealed after a tweet saying that he would upload the first episode if he got 100,000 retweets. The only thing that remains are the trailers for the show. This was Zack Snyder's lost cut of the Justice League before he gave it to Joss Whedon. Speculation of its existence started off as a rumor on Twitter, but then Zack Snyder confirmed its existence. Warner Brothers eventually gave him some money to work on the rough cut of his version of Justice League, and on April 2021, he uploaded on HBO Max. On April 2021, Zack Snyder eventually uploaded his film on HBO Max. The original cut of Fritz Lang's science fiction masterpiece was lost, and parts of it are still missing to this day. Lang cut the movie to lower the runtime from 2 hours and 30 minutes to 1 hour and 30 minutes because he was concerned that it wouldn't be watched by the common audience. A nearly complete copy of the original cut was found in Argentina in 2008. I wonder why. However, the film was horribly damaged, and it took years of restoration to get 90% of the film to a presentable state. In response to the film The Day After, Mr. Rogers would make a 4-part episode about the Cold War. The neighborhood of make-believe nearly went to war based on paranoia that one side had bombs. The entire story arc would later be pulled due to events at the time, never to air again. Over time, the episodes would be uploaded to YouTube, and they would be restored to a decent quality.
Don't have to imagine bad things all the time, you know. We can imagine good things, too. I was just thinking, this machine doesn't write anything by itself. It just writes what people make it write. That's the way it is with machines. It's the people who make them work that are the important part. People can make machines do helpful things, or they can make them do harmful things. I guess you know how important I think people are. When we start thinking about everything in the world, it's the people who are the most important part of all. I'm proud of you, I'm proud of you. I hope that you're as proud as I am proud of you. I'm proud of you. I hope that you are proud of me too. And I'm very glad you're a part of the world, because you can help to make it a better and better place for people to live, so that people won't have to be so scared of other people. You can have a really good feeling. It's such a good feeling to know you're alive. It's such a happy feeling. You're growing inside, and when you wake up, ready to say, I think I'll make a snappy today. It's such a good feeling, a very good feeling, the feeling you know that I'll be back when the day is new, and I'll have more ideas for you. And you'll have things you'll want to talk about. I will, too. You always make each day a special day. You know how? By just your being you. You're a person, a very special person. I'll be back.
Hey kids, come join us for some fun this morning at 10.
KidsTube was like YouTube Kids, only it was actually good. It was a space for kids to upload videos that they wanted without being at risk at watching something that isn't safe for work or safe for life. I mean, in theory, there is like a picture of Team Fortress 2. Eventually, KidsTube was shut down due to overwhelming costs to keep the site running, and the creator thought it was too much effort to keep it running as well. Star Fox 2 was a planned sequel to the original Star Fox. It was quietly cancelled due to hardware limitations and Argonaut Studios focusing more on Star Fox 64. For a long time, no one knew what happened to the game. It was later discovered that the game was complete from a programming standpoint. ROMs of the game would later come and go, and the ROM that's currently available today is the final beta. This was an incomplete sequel to Super Mario World, the CDI game, by Novalogic. It was cancelled due to how bad the predecessor was. It was left incomplete. There are 3 types of ROMs for the game. They have been available for some time, though they are all only prototypes. The prototypes that have been found have many glitches. Tom Kenny and other voice actors of SpongeBob have said there is an uncensored version of Sailor Mouth, but that it is lost deep within Nickelodeon's archives. However, this is just word of mouth.
Sailor Mouth? You know what? When we recorded that, that's the one where SpongeBob and Patrick learn a word that's written on the back of the wall. So we were supposed to be recording that, and swearing without really swearing is hard, because they would just say ad-lib almost swearing. SpongeBob and Patrick ad-lib fake swearing. And then we were like, this is too hard. Could we just really, really cuss, and then you guys just bleep out later? And Clancy Brown, Mr. Grimes, like, I'm all for that. Listen to the four-eyed fellow, he makes sense. So that's what we did. So listening to Patrick and Squidward and Mr. Krabs really drop those bombs. Maybe the funniest thing in the world, and also something you will never be allowed to hear. I'm sure Nickelodeon has that buried deep in a pit in the middle of the earth somewhere.
There are early builds and betas of Roblox, but they have been lost to time. Specifically, builds earlier than 2007 have been lost and not archived in any shape or form. Even at that, the earliest build was only found on a hard drive in 2021, and it took a miracle to recover it and put it on GitHub. Here's what we know about the game. Builds of the game before 2010 were not archived and are hard to find for this reason. A patent in 2005 suggests a build of the game around that time, if not slightly later. It seems like Disney isn't the only one canceling their projects. Larrikins is an animated comedy musical that was, at one point, a DreamWorks animation in development. It was announced in 2013, and it was based on an original story by screenwriter Harry Cripps. It told the story of a bilby named Perry who leaves home alongside a red kangaroo to travel across the Australian outback. It's likely that Comcast's acquisition of DreamWorks had something to do with its cancellation. It would later become a short film called Bilby, and it was uploaded on YouTube. The full film is lost. On the 4th of September 2006, Australian wildlife expert and television personality Steve Irwin, or the crocodile hunter, was fatally attacked by a stingray. In his filming of Ocean's Deadliest, a documentary, Irwin had a rule that the recording would continue to make the documentaries that he filmed more intense. Christine Chubbuck was a news anchor who was a loner and had a history of severe depression. After hearing that she might not be able to have kids, and after having many failed attempts at getting a relationship, she had had enough. She wrote a script that was secretly her suicide note. She reported the news as usual until the real jammed, and she was willing to talk about a shooting. These were her final words. In keeping with the WXLT practice of presenting the most immediate and complete reports of local blood and guts news, TV40 presents what is believed to be a television first, in living color, exclusive coverage of an attempted suicide. For decades, the recording was thought to be lost or in possession of the owner of the news station that Chubbuck worked at. However, a recording of the incident, audio only, has surfaced in 2021. It has been removed several times by YouTube for violating guidelines.
Substantially to those statistics. This weekend, being typical of the recent rash of violence, saw one man stabbed, another assaulted, and a third shot and wounded. Sarasota police report the finding of an 18-year-old, a man by the name of David Wynn, in the parking lot of a Friendly Tavern on 27th Street. Wynn had an apparent stab wound in the chest, which, according to witnesses, was inflicted by James Whitworth during a fight. Police charged Whitworth with aggravated assault. Wynn is in satisfactory condition at Sarasota Memorial Hospital. The second attempted armed robbery in a week has involved law enforcement officers from both Sarasota and Manatee counties. Last week, teenage gunmen held up the highway bar and after a shootout and high-speed automobile chase, held a family hostage and finally were nabbed by Sarasota Sheriff's deputies. Early Sunday morning, the Beef and Bottle restaurant north of Sarasota Bradenton Airport on US 41 was the site of an attempted armed robbery and shooting. TV40 newsman Bob Peterson was on the scene shortly after it began, and he filed this report. Sorry, for those of you who saw Late Night Weekend News Watch last night, we did have a film report and a commentary by Bob Peterson. Unfortunately, we had technical difficulties and cannot transfer you now. However, News Watch tonight at 5:30, and we'll have that story for you then. As of this morning, Grace Foster, who was shot in that incident, is in satisfactory condition at Sarasota Memorial Hospital. In keeping with the WXLT practice of presenting the most immediate and complete reports of local blood and guts news, TV40 presents what is believed to be a television first. In living color, exclusive coverage of an attempted suicide.
At Silverstone, some of the world's greatest drivers take part in the 6th British Grand Prix at a meeting organised by the Daily Express.
The 1953 Grand Prix was the first televised Formula One car race. It's likely that not all of the race was filmed, but even what was filmed is partially lost. The reel that was used to film it was yet another victim of wiping. Only a 1-minute segment of the event remains today, and it's on YouTube. The McLaren MP418 was supposed to be a revolutionary addition to the Formula One racing ensemble. However, extensive maintenance and safety concerns, it would often crash, led to the car being rejected. Here's what we know about the footage of the McLaren. All the footage of the McLaren is lost. Photo stills of the McLaren are the only things that remain that suggest video footage. Teletext was a feature of TV where there was a list of channels along with their descriptions, along with an image or some other feature. The internet made teletext obsolete, and pretty much all of it is now lost to time. It's a similar story with CFAX, as it was the first type of teletext. It was disbanded in 2012, leaving a lot of lost media. The first English-dubbed episode of Pokemon was the 15th episode of Pokemon. It was lost until 2016, when a preview version was mirrored and downloaded. It's now on Google Drive and Mega. Made as a social experiment, no one thought this stream would become as popular as it did, and no one recorded it for the first day of streaming. The first day of streaming Twitch Plays Pokemon is lost. Chugga Conroy had lost Pokemon Let's Play videos that were of poor visual quality. He made 88 videos on Pokemon Platinum that he later privated and deleted. His fans would later re-upload all of the lost videos on archives sites or on YouTube. Pokemon Learning League was a web series that taught life skills, mathematics, language arts, etc.
Hey. Well, hello there. Hi!
The show was cancelled and deleted, making it very hard to come by until the whole series was found and uploaded to archive.org. Each episode of the show would be broken into 3 segments: watch, try, and apply. It was animated by 360 Kid, a company specializing in children's media. Pokemon Picross was an unfinished build of a Pokemon puzzle game. In 2020, it was leaked on 4chan. Not much is known about this game, other than it was a cancelled sequel to Half-Life Episode 3 by Arcane Studios. Some of the footage of the gameplay has been released in a documentary.
It shipped before we all got involved.
For different reasons.
When someone, what do you mean Half-Life game? Like a Half-Life clone or something? No, real Half-Life game. What? It's based on the Ravenholm area. What?
Arcane was
This is an album by the Wu-Tang Clan that was intentionally left unavailable to the public. It was supposed to be lost for 88 years after 2014. Not much is known about what the album would have sounded, aside from the few snippets. The only copy of the album was sold to Piece of Human Excrement Barn Skrelly. He had to sign a contract saying that he wouldn't exploit anyone with it. He was eventually arrested for a type of fraud, and then the US government got a hold of the album and then sold it to Pleaser DAO, a crypto community. Snippets of the album are available to listen to, but the whole thing is lost. Yeah Yeah Beavis 1 is a potentially non-existent video game that was first mentioned in a June 1989 listing for mail-order video game service Play It Again, in an issue of Video Games and Computer Entertainment. The theories about Yeah Yeah Beavis 1 include that it was a copyright placeholder, that it was an inside joke, or that it was a mistranslation for another game. One example would be the Noid. Yes, I'm serious. The fucking Noid. This is a short film about a happy-go-lucky Mickey Mouse going to Vietnam and instantly getting killed. It was lost for decades until it was found and ripped onto YouTube. Before, it was only showed in the Odd Film Festival screening and to Adam Savage and his associates. These frames of animation were also uncovered in Finding the Short. One of the first animated movies ever made is lost to history. It was a political comedy drama about Argentina's president. It was animated in a way not too dissimilar to that of South Park. This is sort of a follow-up to El Apostle by the same director, Corino Christiani, and this one is about the United States' involvement in World War I. The movie was about the German captain that sunk the Lusitania. Little else is known about it. and it's speculated that all copies of the film are now lost to time. All 3 Raimi Spider-Man movies have lost or deleted scenes. Some of it's available, some of it isn't. Some of these scenes completely change the context of the movie, while other scenes only slightly change the course of the movie. Though Half-Life was ported onto the PlayStation and developed for the Dreamcast, the Dreamcast port was never officially released. Eventually, a late alpha was discovered of the game, and that was leaked to the public. There is also a mod that adds the content from the Dreamcast port onto the PC version.
To a Dreamcast near you.
There are dozens of builds of Minecraft that were lost but have been found or are currently lost. There are too many to list in this video and properly explain. I might make a video on this subject soon. Here's what we know about the early versions of Minecraft. There are 4 sections considering the development of Minecraft: the in-dev, the alpha, the beta, and the official release. Most of what is lost were the in-dev versions, though there are a lot of lost beta and alpha versions. The very first version of Minecraft is lost. In 2010, McDonald's teamed up with eCrew Development Program to make a training program for McDonald's employees in Japan. It was made specifically for the Nintendo DS. It was only given to employees of McDonald's in Japan and required an individualized password to play. YouTuber Code 1038 bought the game and uploaded a playthrough, but did not dump the game online. Another YouTuber, Nick Robinson, would buy it the game at a Yahoo auction, play through it, and then upload the game online. Famous for its rough development, Metroid Dread was initially planned for the Nintendo DS, but has just now been released for the Nintendo Switch. Needless to say, there has been past versions of the game that are now lost to time. The original game was going to be a 2D side-scrolling shooter, similar to that of Metroid Fusion. The goal was to instill dread into the player by having an unstoppable force chase them, much like the antagonist of the original Metroid Fusion. There is a prototype of the game out there. This early version has the same basic premise as the final one, with Samus trapped in an alien world, trying to survive against an unstoppable foe. As it's a sequel to Metroid Fusion, it presumably would have carried the plot point of Samus being on the run from the Galactic Federation. Unfortunately, this prototype has never been released. Help is a movie from director Richard Lester about a band that are trying to record a new album while trying to protect Star, with 2 R's, from a mad scientist and a cult who wants his rings. This cow milking scene is apparently completely lost. No one knows where the scene is, and only promotional stills exist of the scene today. The only evidence of the car chase scenes are from the trailer. They are also lost. This was an early version of Emperor's New Groove. A new protagonist, Paka, meets the Emperor, Manko, and they realize that they look alike, and swap their lives. Paka is then turned into a llama by Yzma, who wants to plunge the world into darkness for her youth. Manko must go back to the palace and stop her. Around 20% of the film was complete before Disney changed it for being too cliché. Some early animation has been found, but other than that, it is lost.
Oh, good. Nothing. Only one of royal descent bears the mark of the sun.
Oh, wow, is that like a tattoo?
Hey, don't touch. It's a birthmark.
Oh, I've got one of those too, but mine sort of looks like a moon. See right there?
Gah! I can't believe I look like a commoner.
And a llama herder looks like a prince.
Hey, it's me, Mitch. I'm watching the tennis match. I just love to watch the ball go back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, and forth. north. Woo! That was making me a little dizzy. Clues is next. I'm Nick Jr. Ahoo! Hi there. Face here. Right now, Nick Jr. is gonna take a short break. Today is Thursday. Thursday. How slowly can you say Thursday? Ready? Thursday. Hey, pretty slow. Now try it fast. Ready, set, go. Thursday, 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 Thursday. I'll be back right after these messages. Here on Nick Jr. What's this dance you're about to see? It's the dancing face mambo. Uno, dos, tres. 1, 2, 3. Grab your ears and wiggle them around. Move your eyebrows up, move your eyebrows down. Then you spin around from your front to your back. Can you shake it like that? Hi there, Face here, and I'm wearing a construction hat because Bob the Builder is coming up next. Bob the Builder.
Can we fix it?
Bob the Builder.
Yes, we can.
Uh-oh, I wonder if he can fix the lights. Much better. Thanks, Bob. Bob the Builder is next on Nick Jr. Nick Jr.? We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back to Nick Jr. It's me, Face, and I want to show you some of my favorite faces. Okay, here goes. Here's the face you make when someone scares you. This is the face you make when you're dizzy. And this is the face you make when the one and only Little Bill is coming next. Please don't go, no please don't go away, because we'll be right back on Nick Jr. It's me, Faith, and I'm about to do my balloon trick that I've been practicing. Do you want to see? Okay, here goes. Hey, that was fun! Blue's Clues is next on Nick Jr. Right now, Nick Jr. is going to take a short break. Hi there, Face here. Look, I'm a triangle. Now, I'm a square. Now,
I'm oval.
and now a heart. I love finding shapes. Just look around. What shapes can you find? I think I see a circle. No, wait. It's a ball. It's a cookie. It's Oswald the octopus. Next, I'm Nick Jr. It is I, Face the robot, Nick Jr. We'll be right back after these messages. It's me, Face, and I love to stretch. First, I stretch to the right and to the left, and then I stretch up and down. And last but not least, I do my super duper fantastic stretch, and it goes something like this. Dora the Explorer is coming up next on Nick Jr. Nick Jr. We'll be right back. Hi there, it's me, Face. And look, I'm a fruit face. I have some grapes, bananas, apples, oranges, and kiwi. Fruit can be very colorful and very tasty too. Mmm. Coming up, it's Blue's Clues on Nick Jr.
The original ending to Freaks is so disturbing that it was cut. In general, Freaks was a very controversial film, with it being abandoned across the world and ruining the director's career. In the original ending, Hercules, the antagonist of the movie, was castrated and left in the rain to die. This original ending is now lost, likely for the same reason other movies of that time are now lost: aging. Many of the scenes were cut short, including small comedy bits. Other scenes include many of the cuts, including the relationship between the character Venus and Froso, and many cuts of the growing hatred between Venus and Hercules, which leads to near the end of the film where he attacks her with the intention to kill and fights Froso. Kappa Mikey is about a guy who gets invited to be in an anime. It was a loving satire of anime and was generally for children. The MTV pilot was more mature and had a different art style and animation style. It was lost for a while, but eventually it was uploaded to YouTube. A second pilot followed this pattern. Toon News was a series of interstitial shorts aired by Disney. A character named Smokey Silvers would pilot a blimp and give the news after a short comedic segment. Writer-director of Toon News, Kathy McDonald, uploaded the first 3 episodes of Toon News to YouTube and plans to upload more episodes in the future. YouTuber Kathy McDonald, possibly the same person with a second channel, or an entirely different person posing as the show's director, uploaded 3 more episodes, being the 4th and 5th episode of Season 1 and the 7th episode of Season 2. 20 episodes are still lost, only 6 episodes have been found.
This is Toon News and I'm Smokey Silvers, also available for children's parties and bar mitzvahs. The mayor has called a public meeting to decide what to do about our overcrowded skies. He wants to introduce floating traffic lights to regulate the airways after a recent spate of collisions. The latest was a nasty incident involving Aladdin, Hercules, and a large flying boulder. Thankfully, there were no injuries. However, Pegasus did sustain welts in his buttocks, and Hercules is considering suing Aladdin for reckless use of a carpet. The boulder has refused to comment. 2 other Toon hooligans are also on the run after an unprovoked assault on Buzz Lightyear.
Now that just makes me...
Bystanders spoke of Buzz's heroic demeanor with admiration. The meeting will occur at Toontown Hall soon. Please ensure you bring a loud hailer if you want to be heard. Now, I like to think of myself as a bit of an amateur philosopher. I'm always mulling over the big questions in life. Like, why are we here? Where do we come from? And when am I going to get a pay rise? But I don't mind telling y'all, this next story's got me plain stumped. We managed to sneak our cameras into the Toontown Animation Studios to see how tunes are made. And now I'm more confused than a rattlesnake in a shoe shop. I mean, I'm a toon, but who made me? And how can we go watch ourselves being made? It just don't add up. There's at least 7 kinds of artists who contribute to a show. Some do backgrounds, others props. Then there's inkers, color-inners, and character designers. I always like the coloring in bit. The storyboard guy turns the words from a script into pictures. Here's a scene where Jake from the new tune, American Dragon, is getting roughed up by some bad boy pixies. He sketches 3 pics to get a general idea before tracing over them to create an elaborate guide. The director takes a look and makes any changes. Then the action is timed to find out how long the ruckus is gonna take. A rough test tune is produced called a Leica reel. If everything's looking dandy, they go right ahead and do the job properly. Take a look at the finished article. Next week, we'll bring you more insider knowledge. Okay, I think I got it. Hang on. Who draws the animator guys? Oh, this is confusing. Turn the page.
This is a SpongeBob episode about the Flying Dutchman taking SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward as members of his crew. They go around scaring people, and at the end of the episode, the Flying Dutchman grants them 3 wishes. Initially, there were 3 alternate endings. They were lost for a while, but they have been found. Patchy the Pirate also makes an appearance in the episode. The Patchy the Pirate segments are now lost. The video of the segments in other languages, like Spanish, have been found, but the English version is lost. This was a lost Beatles song that was deemed too avant-garde, even for Yoko Ono. It had frightening instruments, effects, and vocals. It was recorded, but the band members need to give their permission to release the song.
Wait, if you don't, if I can't, Sandy, wait a sec.
On May 23rd, 1999, professional wrestler Owen Hart fell from the rafters of the Kemper Arena in Kansas City, Missouri during a pay-per-view taping of WWF Over the Edge 1999. The 24-meter fall caused severe damage to his chest, which would prove fatal. He died in the hospital soon after. This music video is lost in part due to R. Kelly's reputation and partly due to its overly sexual nature. It had a scene where R. Kelly said he would impregnate an unconscious Lady Gaga. Gaga said that she felt uncomfortable with the music video because of Kelly. Given the many allegations of pedophilia and sexual misconduct from R. Kelly, it's perhaps for the best that this music video stays lost. Though there are snippets of the video available courtesy of TMZ. The original pilot to Psychic Pebble's web series Hellbenders is in a heavily unfinished state, but has very little differences with the finished product. There are a few scenes that are different, but it is essentially the same as the first episode. When Psychic Pebbles' website was deleted, the pilot was lost, but eventually a copy of the pilot would be uploaded to archive.org. There are 17 minutes that have been cut from Stanley Kubrick's magnum opus, 2001: A Space Odyssey. These scenes did not add much to the film, but they are not necessarily lost, just kept in a salt mine. Some of these scenes include some shots from the Dawn of Man sequence, and a new scene that was inserted where an ape pauses with the bone and is about to use it as a tool. The new scene was a low-angle shot of the monolith, done in order to portray and clarify the connection between the man-ape using the tool and the monolith. Some shots of Frank Poole jogging in the centrifuge were removed. An entire sequence of several shots in which Dave Bowman searches for the replacement antenna part in storage was also removed. A scene where Hal severs the radio connection between Discovery and Poole's pod before killing him was removed. This scene explains a line that stayed in the film in which Bowman addresses Hal on the subject. Finally, some shots of Poole's spacewalk before he was killed were removed. Referred to as the Holy Grail of silent films, Cleopatra is a very rare film to own physically. It was very expensive to make, and though it was successful financially, all copies of the film were eventually destroyed in fires. There are still hundreds of stills of the movie, and there has been a restoration project for it, but the original cut is likely lost forever. The original cut of Suicide Squad was significantly cut compared to the final cut. The final cut of the movie was 2 hours and 10 minutes. But the original cut was 2 hours and 45 minutes. Much like Zack Snyder's Justice League, the entire continuity and context of the movie is completely changed once in comparison to the original cut of the movie. Considering the final movie was edited by a trailer editing company, this isn't very surprising. There's even scenes from the trailer that aren't in the movie. This was a college project that served as the basis for what would eventually become the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. It was much darker than Billy and Mandy, with gore and violence. In the short, Billy and Mandy get a trepanation, or a medieval medical procedure in which a hole is driven into one's head to let out quote-unquote bad spirits. It is in the style of a 1930s and 1920s cartoon. At one point it was lost, as it was in a film reel, but eventually it was transferred to digital by the creator, I think. This image is the only evidence for this episode's existence. It's called Snuffy's Parents Get a Divorce. No, I'm not making this up. Yes, this was real. Test screenings reacted negatively to the episode because the kids didn't understand and thought whenever their parents would argue that they would get a divorce. In the original episode, Snuffy's parents would get a divorce and they would try to make it a normal sort of thing. The episode has never been made public as a... This episode does not exist. It was rumored to be about the two main characters confessing their love for each other and the show ending. It was confirmed by the creator of the show to be fake. Banjo 3E's existence is unconfirmed, as there were rumors that the game existed, and there were teasers for other Banjo games. Eventually, Banjo and Kazooie Nuts and Bolts would be the sequel to Banjo 2E. There has been no word on another Banjo game from Rare since then. This was supposed to be a sequel to the classic Diddy Kong Racing. The only evidence of its existence are a few pictures and an E3 trailer. It was supposed to have a lot of similarities to Diddy Kong Racing, with multiplayer, Donkey Kong characters, and the characters ride on the backs of animals. This was a cancelled game about the origin story of Boba Fett. The game was created in response to LucasArts' other games having a negative reception. It was cancelled due to their later acquisition by Disney. No demos of the game have resurfaced. The only thing that remains is the trailer. There is a lost build of Luigi's Mansion that had different content in the game. The tech demo of the game had a different look and feel from the final game. These include minor things like the shape of the vacuum to there being a timer. Maybe the game was originally supposed to be much darker, given some of the content appearing to be much darker. We'll never know, as none of the demos have resurfaced, and given Nintendo's notoriety for not releasing demos, it's likely we'll never know. Meowth's Party is a real-time tech demo that was shown at Nintendo Space World 2000. It was created by the same team that worked on Pokemon Stadium to show off the GameCube's graphical capabilities, and features Meowth singing and dancing on the stage, where he soon gains a crowd of many Pokemon to watch his concert. The demo has never been released.
手拍子なんでお願いします。どうぞ。
三日月型の特別チケットに金色クレヨンでニャースのパーティーって書いたなら地球に乗ってばらまくのにゃキンキンキラキラ夕日が沈めばそれがパーティー始まりの合図銀河の絨毯敷き詰めた夜空のパーティー会場誰が来るかにゃ誰も来ないかにゃドキドキしながら待ってるにゃにゃにゃにゃーすに招待されたよコーヒーカップも無重力にゃにゃにゃーすが嬉しそうだよ土星の輪っかで輪投げしてにゃにゃにゃーすが何か見つけたソフトクリームの星座だにゃ
はい、全部登場です。40匹以上。今回アドリブです。適当にカメラを動かしてください。テレビの動きに勝てるか。
ニャースのパーティーまだまだ続く今夜はバトルはお休みにゃニャースのパーティーくるくる回る人もポケモンも返してニャースのパーティー楽しい時間もしも夢でも嬉しいにゃ
っていうことでニャースのパーティーでした。どうもありがとうございました。
This was a pilot for a show for the superhero Metamorpho. It's never been made public, and the only evidence of its existence are images of it, reports of it in books, and its theme song on YouTube. Given that it was made in the 1960s, it will likely never be found. This was a flash game developed by Nintendo about finding stolen files. It was discontinued on January 16, 2007. It would be re-released in 2010, but it was taken down a second time. Today, its website only shows a favicon of Chubby Snow. It was eventually archived in December 2018. Imagine having two of the most greedy and manipulative corporations in recent history be given control of your game. Free Radical Design and LucasArts were having issues developing Star Wars Battlefront 3, but progress was being made. When Disney acquired Star Wars, they canceled the game and fired everyone at LucasArts Games. EA would later help make a new Star Wars Battlefront game. Screenshots and videos of the game have been released, and there is an early build of the game that was released in 2016, but it was early in development. It is riddled with bugs and other issues. There isn't much information on this game other than a video of a tech demo. 128 Marios walk on a miniature planet and interact with small objects. Audiences thought it was a sequel to Mario 64. The demo was only a tech demo and no other content from the game would ever be released. Miyamoto would confirm that this was cancelled, but elements of it were used in things like Super Mario Galaxy, Metroid Prime, and Pikmin.
じゃあ、スーパーマリオ128のスタートです。まずは、ドットガマリオの登場から始まります。はい、マリオ出てきました。このマリオはですね、マリオ64の時に、出てるのと同じモデルを使ってます。1個が700ポリゴンでできてます。4人出てきましたね。で、64の時はこれを1人と敵を5つぐらいで、それをすごくたくさんいるように工夫して苦労して使ってました。で、背景に使うポリゴンもこのマリオ2人ぐらいで作ってたんですけどね。で、はい、これで20人目、30人目ぐらいですね。いや、もうすでに30人出てますね。ちょっとこちら荒いんでね、そちらの方がいいかもかですね。このドイツどのマリオこれこの真ん中に座ってるやつですね。こいつがマリオ64ですね。はい、70、90、さあどこまでいくでしょうバレてますよね。127、8、はい、出ました。はい、はい、スーパーマリオ128番目、スーパーマリオ128を探せでしたが、このデモで今見ていただいているようにですね、マリオが128人出てます。で、箱を持ってますよね、みんな入ってた箱。これドットなんですけど、これが128個あります。ちょっと足りないですね。で、戻します、もう一回。はい、箱128人のこんな感じですね。2、5、6個のオブジェクトが出てますね。当然アニメーションやお互いの衝突処理もしてます。AI でいろんな考えを動いてますよね。サウンドの処理もちゃんと聞こえますか、動いてますね。で、かなり実際のゲームを作るに近い状態で、処理ソフトの状況をお見せしています。で、画面の下にちょっと見にくいですけど細い線が入ってますね。これ処理メーターなんです。これ処理メーターなんですけども、これが一番右の端まで行くとスーパーマリオ64が1フレームかかってた時間ですね。30分の1秒かかっていますね。で、今マリオ64の100倍ぐらいなオブジェクトキャラクターが動いてます。で、しかも当然これハイレゾ画面でありますから4倍の絵を描いてることになるんですけども、ポリゴン処理を数字で言えばですね、100倍と4倍書いて、いっぱいという感じです。いっぱいです。で、今はメモリの ちょうどメモリで見てると3分の1ぐらいですね、半分以下で処理してますね。ですからこれは60コマ以上で動くってことですね、これが。でそうこれちゃんと地形の背景チェックをしてるんですよ。地形をちょっと動かしましょうか。はい、こんな感じで景色ができます。みんな転がったりしてますね。ちゃんと、登れない方がみんな転んじゃいました。もっと激しい地形にしましょうか。みんなゴロゴロゴロゴロ転がってます。もうちょっと変えましょうか。これね、フレキシブルにウェブレスみたいですね。ふにゃふにゃふにゃってはい、動きました。こんなところでじゃあちょっとライト処理なんかいじりましょうか。ライトを、変えてください。はい、上になったり横になったりいろいろいます。他にも多彩なライトあるんですけども、ちょっとマリオを見ましょうか。これマリオね、スーパーマリオ64と同じマリオです。でちょっと退屈なんで、今後期待される、トゥーンシェードなんかに変えてみましょうか。漫画のマリオに変わりました。ですね。もっとなんか変えましょうか。もうちょっと、なんか透明マリオとか、はい、透明マリオになりましたね。すごいな、すごいね、ちゃんと動いてますね。はい。これモーションブロワーなんかねよく使うからやってみましょうか。ハイブロワーでモーションブロワーがあります。いろんなことやってるんですけど、ちょっともう一回下のバー見てください。すごく安定してますね。カメラが近づいたり離れたり、それからブロワーかけたり外したりしてもメーターがほとんど動かないです。だから割とそういう処理のことを気にせずにゲームが作れそうですね。開発経験者の方がたくさんおられると思うんですけども、このマリオって全部マリオだから速いんだろうとか疑われるでしょ。そんなご心配は無用です。これ実は全部ちょっとずつ違うマリオなんですよ。よく見てもらうと分かるんですけど、色なんかちょっとずつ違います。それで個別にマリオ全部処理してますから、衝突も全部取ってますから、ご心配なく疑わない。それじゃあ、はい、こういうことマリオ同士も全部当たってますからね。こう貯めると溜まっていきます。なんかチャーハンみたいですよね。炒めちゃいましょうか。具が足りない。はい、具が入りました。はい、美味しそうなチャーハン。ちょうどこうお腹が減ってきた時間なんで、だんだんチャーハンに見えてきます。僕はマリオはやっぱりイタリア系の人なんでピザの方が好きなんですけど、スパゲッティとかピザとかなんかなんですかね、スパゲッティがいいかな。はい、ピザになりました。ピザとチーズが乗りましたね。はい、これでマリオがみんなさ発売に近づけばですね、もっと美味しそうなピザを作る自信はあるんですけども、はい、ピザを箱に片付けて、はい、以上スーパーマリオ124です。
This was an animated comedy series set between episode 3 and 4 of Star Wars. 39 episodes were completed, but the series was postponed indefinitely. Some clips are available online, but the show overall is lost.
Yo, dudes, the Empire's pretty chill. Maybe you could, join it or something.
Join me, and together we will rule the galaxy.
Cut! I quit! This is the holiday special all over again.
SpongeBob was originally called Sponge Boy Ahoy. Given that this name was already taken by to avoid copyright infringement, the name was scrapped and reworked. It was speculated that there was a version of Help Wanted with a different intro sequence, and SpongeBob is known as Sponge. The pilot was made on November 16, 1990. On 2009, the original opening sequence was uploaded on Roku. Also, a screenshot that's very hard to of what appears to be the original SpongeBob auditioning for a place at the Krusty Krab. On November 24th, 2015, the pilot was found, but sadly it's in edited form, and the name was changed. The last episode of Angry Beavers was cancelled likely due to it referencing its own end and it criticizing Nickelodeon. In the episode, the characters break the fourth wall and talk about how Nickelodeon uses reruns without paying the creators. In the end, they say April Fools, implying the series isn't over. Nickelodeon cancelled the show after this. There's a rule forbidding any Nickelodeon shows from referencing their own end. Only stills of the show and the audio remains today.
Oatmeal.
Someday, I'm gonna donate your brain to science. Hey! Maybe they're collecting door to door. Great googly moogly! Howchi baba and woola booga! Daggy, we're over! How could they? Them! Those guys do this to me, moi, myself! I mean, I can understand Daggett being over. He's almost over and he looks like he's joking anyway, but not the Norberator! The Norberonsky! The big war, the brother, the legend! There is no dog! There is no dog!
That was nerdsy.
No, that was cartoony. Madoofy brother,
Why?
we're going bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Why?
Because we are over!
Over? Over what?
Over! As in done, through, finished, ended, terminated, defunct, extinct, extinguished, down for the count, out of badness, signing off, saying sayonara, finito, completo, adios, sending this dog to Montana, going bye-bye.
I don't get it.
Of course you don't. I've never told you this before because I was afraid your tiny enfeebled mind couldn't combobulate it. We are a cartoon. We aren't real. We're animated characters in a cartoon. Real beavers don't have appliances. They don't use bathrooms, and they don't talk.
Poor things.
Technically, we're an optical illusion. Observe.
Hey, get away with your evil magic!
It's not evil magic.
Whatever you say. Just wait here while I gather an angry mob to burn you at the stake. What the?
Starting to get the picture?
No.
We're pictures! We're not even three-dimensional!
Wowzers!
Hate to break it to you.
Hey!
You're actually not even one-dimensional.
Ooh, hey, Norby. Look, watch, check it out. Ready for this? Now you see me? Now you don't. Boy, I can't wait to try this out the next time I fight Trucky.
You don't get this, dude.
See me? Don't see me. Don't see me. Don't see me. Don't see me. Don't see me.
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack. Quack, quack.
Ooh, wacky quacky, the mallet-wielding duck. My favoriteest cartoon.
Of course, I'm more sophisticated in my patois. But in many ways, we're just like them, Dag. Let me show you.
Yeah, whatever you say, evil magic brother of mine. Zowie!
You can say that again.
Zowie!
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack.
Zowie, that was nuts.
Quack, quack, quack. Pathetic. Let's go.
If I knew we could do that, I'd have moved there years ago.
If I knew you'd moved there, I'd have told you.
Norb, is there something you're not telling me?
Come along, brother. Time to visit one of my incredibly huge secret rooms that conveniently appear in our dam whenever I need them.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Moo!
Destructive testing. Ooh, sounds constructive.
Remember all those times massive amounts of electricity have coursed through our bodies? Pressurized gases have blown us up like balloons.
It's coming back to
Noxious, toxic substances have coursed down our throats.
Oh, yes,
Large
I remember
objects
that.
have fallen on our heads, and huge explosions have blown us to bits.
Yes.
Well, here we go again.
That was nuts!
Nuts?
Yeah.
This is what really happens when that stuff happens to real people.
Turn it off, Norby! For the love of Todd, turn it off! Oh, yeah. That wasn't at all Dr. Beaver friendly. I'm smart for life. Excuse me while I embark on a crime spree. How did you? Who did you? What did you?
Wake up and smell the Korean ink and paint! We're cartoons, man!
Norby.
Beaver thing.
Norby?
Weasel.
Yes. Your evil magic is becoming eviler.
I give up.
Oh.
We're a cartoon, an entertainment, a divertissement. If you can't accept that, too bad. I mean, the real tragedy here is that the world will be deprived of my creativity and dynamic personality.
Maybe if they had promoted the show.
That was it's their loss. Farewell, brother. I'm off to be over. Hopefully, wherever over is, my genius will be appreciated there.
Hey, before you go get appreciated, put the rest of my arm back.
I don't know if we have that in a cable budget.
Norm, I don't want you to panic, but something different is going on.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Rich. Observe. Our world is an illusion. The creation of a team of sensitive, gifted artists, talented voice artists.
Like you, Nick.
And like you, Richard.
Thank you.
And a few hack writers. And now, little buddy, it's all going away.
Going away? No. It can't. I'll show those artists sensitivity.
Calm down, mighty stallion.
Okay.
It's not their fault.
It's not?
They're as sad to see us go as we are.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, yeah, because listen, right now they, like you, are moving from the first stage of a cartoon being over, denial, to the second stage, anger!
Salem! Where did those come from? Salem!
They're visual aids provided by our friends.
Nick's laughing.
They'll go away soon. See?
No, I mean, yes. I'm so confused. I'm gonna kick me some show being over guys as behinders.
No, Dag, you can't.
What the?
Hold on, Daggy.
Hold on to what?
I meant emotionally, not literally.
Oh.
Hold on, Richard.
Okay, Nick.
Now I mean literally.
Oh. Hey, Nick. Maybe we can reason with these spooty cartoon being over guys. You know, give them something valuable like cash money or postage stamps or some autographed pictures. Or if we can't reason with them, maybe we can just pretend to and then kick their bahooties.
Congratulations, Dag almost got it. You've reached stage 3 of being over. Bargaining.
I'm not bargaining. I'm bribing. Bribes! I mean, where bribes? Nick, Norm, Salem, where did we put those bribes?
Richie Dag, we don't have any bribes. All we have is cartoon stuff. See, these aren't even real.
Ow.
Besides, the cartoon being an over, guys, they could have as many of our things painted as they want.
But what if we give them...
No, Dag.
But I got
You're still bargaining. Accept our fate.
Accept?
It's the way of the world, Dale. After all, the cartoon being over guys always know what's best. I mean, they made good television and science.
Gee, boy, this is sure a bummer track, Wally.
There.
Where?
Yes. The next stage of being over.
What's that?
Unhappiness. Richie Dag?
Yes?
It's only natural to be unhappiness, about being over.
You know what the most unhappiness-nessy thing about being over is, Nick Norm?
What's that?
I'm not gonna get to kick the spooty cartoon being over guys as behinders. It's a good thing we're over, Nicky Norm. It sure would be hard living here without our stuff.
Congratulations, Dagamahart. You've reached the final level of being over.
I have.
Acceptance.
Are there any more of these spooty black card thingies?
That's the last.
You know, Nordnick,
Yeah.
You're the swellest brother a cartoon could ever have.
Dare I say it one last time?
You dare.
Big hug! Come on in here!
Oh, at least I won't have to go through this again. Norby! What's that?
Our series is about to flash before our eyes.
Oh, jeez.
Hang on, Dag a Reckoning, Richie boy.
Oh, boy, this is a pathetic pulling of the heartstrings for all of our viewers. Norby, what happens when you're over?
Oh, it's not so bad.
No?
The cartoon's good, even if it isn't. It's rerun incarnated.
Ooh, does that hurt?
No. Only when you get the later checks. The cartoon being over, guys, rerun it over and over, and they make lots of well-deserved money.
Which they share with the people who made the cartoon, right?
Woo! Right. So you see, it's all for the better.
Right.
Even though we're vanishing, we'll be back over and over again at virtually no cost to the network.
That's great, Norby,
Yeah.
Nick. It's like immortality without having to show up every day.
Exactly. Time to say bye-bye, Daggy.
Bye, Daggy. Hey, Spoot, I thought there weren't any more of these card thingies, Norby, Nick.
Last one, Dag. I promise.
Now that it's over, Norbnick, I've got one thing I've always wanted to say. Shut up!
Oh, Dag.
Yeah.
We forgot one thing.
Oh, that's right.
April Fool!
Super Mario Kart R is a build of Super Mario Kart with several differences from the final game. At the Shoshinkai Software Exhibition 1995, the Ultra 64, later known as Nintendo 64, was shown off for the first time to the general public. Along with the reveal, 30 games were revealed or had playable demos. One of these was Super Mario Kart R. The game was presumed to be very complete, with one of the main differences from the final game being that a Magic Koopa, most likely Kamek, would have been playable in the game instead of Donkey Kong. The game also had the feather item from Super Mario Kart, a different item box, different title screen music, and a slightly different HUD. This was a sketch comedy show where the pre-teen cast would do the things mentioned in the title of the episode. This was a Nickelodeon show, so it was rather tame. Only half of the episodes are found, and they are in good quality. Entire seasons are also lost. It would usually feature the use of green slime, of all things. And I assume that's where the green slime thing was popularized on Nickelodeon. Seasons 5 through 10 are mostly lost, and the episodes that are found are likely in poor quality. Some of the seasons never aired on Nickelodeon, and it drew controversy for its jokes about Ronald Reagan's death. A lot of Pink Floyd's live shows are lost or partially lost, as full-length footage of events are extremely rare. Pink Floyd has a strict no-camera rule. It had that in the 1970s, as with many other bands. There are 20 notable live show recordings in the Syd Barrett era, 1966 to 1967. Only 5 of these were recorded and found. Most TV appearances remain elusive, despite their volume. Less than 20 TV segments are available today. 4 of the 6 songs performed at Hyde Park and Fête de l'Humanite, 1970, were recorded. Film reels for things like Live at Pompeii outtakes have either been destroyed or are unavailable. There are also recordings that may not even exist, but are rumored to exist. This was a version of Mega Man that was a 2D side-scroller, allowed you to play as 3 versions of Mega Man, and it let you play as Ryu from Street Fighter. A demo was given to game journalists, but the game was never released, or any builds aside from a patent. To quote the vice president of Capcom, "The game was pretty far in production. I will say that we weren't pleased with where it was collectively at Capcom as a product from a quality standpoint. We opted to say, you know what, it's probably better that this not come out as opposed to it coming out and not necessarily giving the experience we want people to have. I know that's hard for fans to hear because they want to try it and want to play it. It doesn't matter what it is." At the time of filming Back to the Future, Michael Fox was busy working on Family Ties. Eric Foltz was cast as Marty McFly instead of Fox, but Fox eventually took the iconic role. Footage of Foltz's performance has not been released aside from stills and dialogue-less clips. Director Robert Zemeckis plans to release the clips in the future. The 1910 version of Frankenstein was lost, despite being the first version of the character put to film. Since its original release, the film had been listed as missing. There were no copies of it known to exist. That was until an original nitrate print was finally found in Wisconsin in the mid-1970s. This was a 3D Sonic game that went through development hell before being cancelled. It was going to be about Sonic collecting the Rings of Order to prevent Eggman from using his Death Egg to destroy his home planet. Executive meddling and creative troubles prevented the game from being completed. There are currently 6 builds of the game available today. 2 of them are demo builds, and most of them are development builds with varying degrees of functionality.
What do you mean you couldn't catch him? Guy's fast as lightning, boss. He just disappeared in the blue streak. Idiot. You should have set a trap. Boss, he blasted right through it. I'm telling you, he's bigger and badder than before.
There. Some mold. This right here is unbelievable. Better now. It's a lot better.
What's up?
What the hell did you guys do?
Shut up and sit down. Sit still. Shut up.
Jesus loves me if my Bible tells me so.
Say it.
Yes, Jesus loves me if my Bible tells me so.
The original Backyardigans pilot was live action, and it had few differences aside from the obvious, other than another main character and some visual differences. There are clips of the pilot and the pictures of the set, but the original pilot in its entirety is lost. Though it probably doesn't exist, the cast of Ren and Stimpy say that Kurt Cobain made a theme song for the show, but that John Gay scrapped the song. This was before Kurt was famous. Billy West later admitted to making the whole thing up in a tweet.
One day the scraggly kid comes in and said he wanted to write a song for Ren and Stimpy, and they said, yeah, that's great, and they threw it in the wastebasket. It was Kurt Cobain.
Oh, shit! That's awesome!
These were tapes from the perpetrators of the Columbine massacre. The tapes contained a kill list, along with a theater project the four were working on at the time. Most of the footage has been kept in a vault, but some of it has unfortunately been released. The tapes consisted of the group plotting to shoot up their school, dubbing it their masterpiece. They planned it for around 8 months, including buying weapons, making bombs, and planning the massacre. In their last video, they said goodbye and lit the fuse to their homemade bombs.
The investigation into the high school massacre is slow-moving and dangerous. The two gunmen who went on the rampage booby-trapped the building and even themselves. All day long, investigators have searched the homes of both teenage killers. In one of them, police say they found bomb-making materials. Specially trained officers searching the school today found close to 30 explosive devices all around the building. Authorities have also revised the death toll, now saying 15 people were killed, including the two gunmen. Most of the bodies are still inside the school, but families of the murder victims have been notified. NJ Burkett begins our coverage. He is live in Littleton, Colorado. NJ.
And Roz, we're being kept far away. The building off in the distance is still sealed off. As you said, the bodies have not yet been removed. A total of 15 people are believed to have died here, 12 students, 1 faculty member, and the 2 young killers. Investigators say this attack appears to have been carefully planned for a long time.
One by one, students returned to Columbine High and left bouquets of flowers in a park half a mile away.
A little bit of pain, a little bit of everything at once. It's deep, you know, but just got to be strong.
So parents, hug your kids. Pray that, be happy that you're with them. Kids, grab your friends, hold them tight, and never be mad at people because it could happen in a second that they'll be gone.
Investigators found their first pipe bomb in the parking lot, and the Denver bomb squad immediately sealed off the building. Robotic cameras later found the entire school was booby-trapped. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had apparently committed suicide, but investigators say they spent their final moments rigging the building and their own bodies with more than 24 pipe bombs. Amid the gunshots and bomb blasts, hundreds of students ran for their lives, stalked in their own school by 2 of their own classmates who went on a rampage.
People were getting shot all around me.
There was a guy at a table right next to me and her, and they just shot him and then walked away, and then he was just sitting there in a pool of blood.
Detectives now believe they entered the school through a back door and stormed down the hallways. They cornered students in the cafeteria and the library where there was nowhere to run. Witnesses say they laughed as they fired their weapons, executing their classmates who begged for their lives.
They were shooting anyone of color wearing a white hat or played a sport, and they didn't care who it was, and it was all at close range.
Screaming after they'd shoot up something, they'd go, woo! Just a pleasure for them.
This morning, students packed a prayer service at a local church and stood in the parking lot, embraced one another, and wiped away their tears. Graduation was less than 2 weeks away. Amber Burgess is Columbine High School's homecoming queen.
I don't even know if people are going to be able to walk back in the school again and see empty chairs, and it'll be horrible.
Now, they have been attempting to identify the bodies inside the school all day today. At a news conference just a few minutes ago, the county prosecutor updated reporters on their efforts to identify the bodies.
We have completed tentative notifications to, I believe, all of the family members of the people who are still inside the school. Only 2 of the victims have been removed, at least the last time I was down at the scene. We have a number of others that are still at the scene, but we've completed those tentative identifications to the families and notified them that based on descriptions and other criteria that they have provided to us, that we've been able to identify them.
That now the latest word from the county prosecutor here. Once again, to recap, 15 people dead, 16 people hospitalized, 5 of them in critical condition. Live tonight, Littleton, Colorado, NJ Burkett, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, NJ, thank you. President Clinton saying he and his aides are struggling to understand why all of this happened. The president said early intervention is the key to preventing trouble.
We must all do more to recognize and look for the early warning signals that deeply troubled young people send, often before they explode into violence. Surely more of them can be saved, and more innocent victims and tragedies can be avoided.
The White House says President Clinton may visit Littleton, Colorado at a time when it is best for the community. Ross?
The 2 killers belong to a group of students that named itself the Trenchcoat Mafia, and we are beginning to learn more about these teenagers. Stacey Sager is live in the Eyewitness Newsroom with that side of the story. Stacey.
Well, Roz, they wore black trench coats, combat boots, and some wore Nazi crosses. They hated jocks, loved the internet, and were fascinated by World War II. They were known as the Trenchcoat Mafia. The question is, why didn't anyone know they turned so violent?
The clues were here in Littleton long before the deadly violence. The yearbook pictures with handwritten captions about insanity. This alleged Trenchcoat Mafia website shut down shortly after ABC News took these pictures. It even had a so-called hit list, mentioning jocks and 1 substitute teacher as potential targets. And there were the outfits, the dark coat and boots associated with Hollywood's more violent scenes. but no one knew the talk would become reality.
It's just a gang of about like 20 guys, call themselves the Trenchcoat Mafia. They like wear trench coats every day to school, and wear makeup and paint their nails and stuff. They're just like, I don't know, everyone kind of thinks of them as different, and they always just hang out with themselves only.
I mean, they looked like, they sort of had vibes of, not exactly loving everyone. But I mean, they never walked around the halls, saying, you're all gonna die.
Students also say that members of the small suburban gang bragged about their guns and ammo. One cyber chatter even recalled a previous warning that a certain El Caress wrote about preparing for the big April 20th. You're all gonna be sorry. Terrorism experts widely know that this time of year has been extremely violent throughout history. April 19th is the anniversary of many painful moments, from Waco to Ruby Ridge to Oklahoma City. And this past April 20th was the 110th anniversary of Adolf Hitler's birthday.
April 20th might just turn out to be a watershed date for an event such as what occurred in Colorado, and might in the future precipitate other types of events like this.
Experts we talked to feel it is tragic the isolation and hatred went undetected at the school, yet they say the key to preventing future violence may really lie with parents and kids at home.
Teach them they're allowed to express their anger in words. They're not allowed to act on it. If they don't act on it with you, they will learn how to control their anger as they get older.
Now, police have been interviewing the family members of the two teenagers responsible for the shooting. We now know that one of them, Eric Harris, also posted violent lyrics and recipes for pipe bombs on the internet. And his final entry in an AOL chat room, which was posted yesterday morning at 8:41, read, "Today is my last day on Earth." Rob.
Disturbing. Thank you, Stacey. The Vatican led world reaction to the horror in Colorado. Pope John Paul is calling on Americans to respect the dignity of human life. In London and other major capitals around the world, the shooting grabbed the headlines, knocking the war in Kosovo off of the front pages. A Tokyo paper labeled America as a sick gun society, and Australia's Prime Minister called the shooting an act of terrorism.
In this version of Shrek, the main character Shrek is more altruistic and introspective. Not much else is known about this version of the character, other than it was voiced by Chris Farley, of course, and it was scrapped because of his death.
Why are you blocking? I'm not blocking. Then why do you have problems expressing your wants?
I don't. I want you to shut up. See? No problem.
You're just displacing your anger.
Believe me, it's properly placed.
You're really mad at whoever did this to you.
No one did anything to me.
Yes. Someone hurt you so bad. Someone hurt you many years ago.
Leave my parents out of this.
Breakthrough. Let's go with that. Let's explore family origin. Were you hugged as a child, Shrek?
All right. I want a home. And someone to share it with. Okay?
Yes, Sheik. It's all.
Farquaad said he'd give me my own swamp in exchange for the princess.
You really think you can trust that Weasley oil rat, don't you?
Yeah, right. But now I'm gonna have what he wants.
Boy, has he underestimated you.
Yeah, he can join the club. People see me and they go, "Ah! Help! A big, stupid, stinky, smelly, ugly ogre! I'm so scared!" They judge me for not even knowing me. My folks always told me no loves ogres.
See.
Guess I really look
Dinner?
That's why I gotta do this. I want to know and take care of myself.
You want to make him proud. You know what? When we met, I didn't think he was just a big stupid Thanks, Shredder.
Who does he think he is? I just told you who I thought I was. I'm Batman.
This was an unaired pilot of Blue's Clues that had minor differences from the final product. There was a cat named Mr. Orange along with Mr. Blue the dog. The final show was only shown to a few preschools before the real pilot was worked on. Its interactive section was acclaimed. Nickelodeon has a copy of the pilot archived, but has not released it to the public. Some stills and clips of the pilot are available for viewing today. All That is a sketch comedy series from 1994 that aired on Nickelodeon. It lasted until 2005 and ran for 178 episodes. It was a smash hit upon release and has garnered a large cult following for its memorable cast members and sketches. Some of these episodes are now lost or incomplete, as All That is rarely aired anymore. Of the 178 episodes, 29 are missing completely and 20 are incomplete. All That's pilot is the most sought after episode. It was found in snippets until the entire thing was found. The first piece of SpongeBob SquarePants merchandise ever distributed was a 1999 press kit titled Ain't Life a Beach. It was given out to TV industry employees to promote the upcoming premiere of the cartoon. The kit came in a folder decorated with the original model sheets of the main characters. There are copies of these pieces of merchandise on eBay, but they are limited in number. Other press kits have been made, and they are easier to get a hold of.
Wednesday on an all-new South Park.
For the past few weeks, I have watched as online trolling and male locker room mentality have ripped this school apart. But last night, our country changed. We now have someone in office who can bring about gender equality and put an end to sexism. Please welcome Bill Clinton.
It's an all-new episode of South Park, Wednesday at 10.
There is a 170-minute cut of Batman Forever that is allegedly much darker than the final cut that we have today. The availability of these deleted scenes are unfortunately very scant. In the special features of the Sponge Buddies DVD, you can find a storyboard of the episode which features a deleted scene. In the scene, it shows SpongeBob delivering mail to Floorboard Harry. Also, Floorboard Harry was originally the one flickering the lights, not Nosferatu. Peppermint Park is a cheap knockoff of Sesame Street. It was lost for a while aside from the clips used by YouTubers to talk about how creepy it was. There were VHS copies, but they sold poorly. Nevertheless, a copy of Peppermint Park was found and dumped onto YouTube, where people directly just made YouTube poops to mock it. Over 200 films are lost because a man couldn't pay off his debts. George Méliès got into extreme debt after making his masterpiece, A Trip to the Moon. He had to quit making movies, as they were expensive to make, and he lost virtually all of his popularity after the outbreak of World War I. He destroyed a lot of his films because he had to extract the silver in them to help pay off his debts. This is a lost single of the English version of the Doraemon soundtrack. It is currently lost, though side A has been found and uploaded online. This was a second pitch rumored to exist, but there is little to no physical evidence, aside from an autobiography from Douglas Wood claiming it existed, and pictures of character designs and some stills. These could also be from the first pitch. This was the first Looney Tunes character. The pilot for Looney Tunes was made in 1929. It was one of the first animated films with sound, but not the first. Disney made a film that held that title. The movie was shown in the 1950s, but not many times after that. It was thought to be lost until it was shown in the 2000s. It was eventually released in the Looney Tunes Golden Collection, Volume 1. This was a scrapped David Bowie album that was supposed to be the follow-up to the 1999 album, Hours. Information about the album's production was scarce for around 20 years. It was rejected by Virgin Records. The album was partially leaked in 2011 by an anonymous user on BitTorrent, and then it received an official release on 2021 as part of the box set Brilliant Adventure, 1992 to 2001. In the Adventure Time documentary, there had to be a lot of censorship, as the parts that were censored were replaced with an echo vocal effect. Most of what was censored was in Season 2, and the fan comments were what was censored. No commentaries were released after Season 4, and it is unclear if there is an uncensored version of the commentaries and if it will ever be released. Before the release of their feature film, Jonah, a VeggieTales movie, Big Idea made plans to create another feature film called The Bob and Larry Movie. The film was planned for a 2005 theatrical release, however it was soon scrapped due to Big Idea going bankrupt in mid-2003. The Bob and Larry Movie would have been distributed by Artisan, the distributor of Jonah. According to Big Idea founder and writer Phil Vischer, they had about 10 people working on the film before canceling it. Only concept art has been released of the film. No video footage has been released of it. Details about the plot have been elaborated by the creators in tweets. This was a cancelled Bomberman game for the 3DS that was going to have an in-depth story and bosses. No content has been shown aside from a 5-second clip and some stills from the game. The game was fully cancelled in March of 2011 due to Hudson Soft, the company who developed the Bomberman series, merging with Konami. Seth MacFarlane was going to make a reboot of the Flintstones, but cancelled it when he couldn't get the characters right. He wanted to make the issues the characters dealt with to be more modern than the ones in the old series. Seth MacFarlane's quote about the show is as follows: "As of right now, probably not. Honestly, I couldn't figure out a way to find enough differentiation between a modern-day Fred Flintstone and Peter Griffin."
What is Dino getting all dolled up for?
All I can say is this better be funny.
One of the first things that I drew when I was 2 years old was Fred Flintstone. I would copy the characters off television. No reason to mess with it. You don't want to mess with the Flintstones theme song. The characters will, they'll look the same. The only thing that really will change is the stories that you're telling. What's the animal version of an iPod? These are the things we have to figure out. Sort of dancing around the idea of doing some of them myself.
Whoa, what's this place?
Yeah, this universe looks weird.
Yeah, it's cheap and somehow lazy.
Yabba dabba.
Widely regarded as one of the hardest video games ever made, Cuphead was a success at release, but it also had earlier builds that had content that wasn't available in the final version of the game. Some Cuphead content includes many bosses in the earlier builds of the game were cut, as were levels, charms, and attacks. Other things like a timer, the health bar, and the loading screen were either cut or modified. This was the first televised Super Bowl, with the Green Bay Packers winning. As it aired so long ago, it was considered lost media. The first few minutes of the second quarter and the first 3 minutes of the halftime did not broadcast, and the cables were blamed for this. No copy of the event has been fully broadcast. Despite this, a reconstructed copy showed up on YouTube in March 2013 using still photographs, video snippets, and the entire unedited audio track of the radio broadcast, although it has since been removed due to a copyright claim by the NFL. No one knows how the YouTuber got the full radio broadcast. This was supposed to be a DreamWorks movie adapting the video game Spyro. Its plot is about a dark master hiding a dragon egg that was prophesized to stop his conquests. The movie was postponed in 2011 and nothing was heard from it since. Activision would later take a different direction with Spyro. Not much is known about the pilot of Dora the Explorer. The plot appears to be the same as the episode Beaches. Dora's final design is shown in the test pilot, while Boots looks entirely different, more closely resembling the grumpy old troll. Benny and Tico are also present, though the former is named Benito here. On August 21st, 2018, Lost Media Wiki Discord member Infinite Gates found the last few minutes of the pilot on the official Funline Animation website. This clip appears to be of much lower quality than the other clips, as it may be a different pilot for the show. Many people who made the movie have claimed that there were monsters in the original cut of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, and that the final cut lacked the emotion of the original. Dennis Hopper's character was substantially cut from the movie, and certain scenes were cut to make room for more violent ones. One scene in an underground parking lot is notorious for its gore and violence. A lot of the scenes have been found over time, and most are available on YouTube. This is the original cut of what would later become Bolt. It stars a canine actor that stars in a show where he is a secret agent. He gets stranded from his home, and he gets help from a radioactive rabbit and a cat that can drive a car. The project was scrapped and reworked into what we know it as today because it was seen as too bold and too weird. All that remains of the original film is some test footage. This was a lost Limp Bizkit album. Their sixth album, it went through development hell and wasn't released for decades. The band wanted to make it more carefree and experimental than their previous efforts. This was a planned DreamWorks movie by Edgar Wright. It would involve a character named Stanley, a man living a mundane life when his shadow tries to make his life more exciting and lively. He is introduced to the shadow world and he has a love interest. The movie was cancelled in 2014 due to the failure of Peabody and Sherman, along with other DreamWorks movies. A second attempt was made in 2015. However, the movie would later be quietly cancelled, and only a few clips have ever been publicized. It's unknown how far along in development the movie was. Super Donkey is an unreleased platformer starring an unnamed Proto-Rayman-like aviator explorer who resembles the main character of Nintendo's earlier game, Sky Skipper. The game seems to have remained completely unknown until two builds were found as part of the July 24, 2020 asset leak. Neither build has any sounds or music, and the on-screen timer is non-functional in both. The Fantastic Four is an unreleased, low-budget feature film completed in 1994. It was produced by Roger Corman, famous for his low-budget productions, and Bernd Eichner, who also produced another Fantastic Four movie in 2005 and its 2007 sequel, Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer. The plot is similar to the comics other than a diamond causing the cosmic rays and giving the Fantastic Four superpowers rather than outer space. The movie was never released, but it strangely has reviews talking about how bad it is. This may be because the reviewers saw a bootleg copy of the movie. The movie has been found and distributed to VHS bootleg copies. It was later uploaded online as well. Fox used it as an ashcan copy so that they could keep the rights to Fantastic Four while doing nothing with it. Magical Girl Ryeon-chan, or Maho Shoujo Ryeon-chan, is a magical girl franchise created in the mid-2000s as a collaboration between Japan and China as a branch of Sanrio called Sanrio Wave. The plot of both the anime and manga revolved around a group of girls who get magical powers and magical girl forms from a Hello Kitty plush. No other media was found aside from a transformation scene, the opening, and some pictures. This includes the Japanese manga. The Chinese version of the manga can be obtained at a second-hand held book website called Kong FC. Spider-Man 4 was the name of both a cancelled fourth entry in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy and a cancelled video game created to coincide with the movie's release. Tobey Maguire would be reprising his role as Spider-Man in this. The movie was cancelled due to the fact that Sam Raimi didn't think that he could make the film in time for summer, while making sure that it was still creative. Both the Wii and Xbox version of the game are available, with it being linked by obscure gamers. Drake and Josh was created by Dan Schneider as a spin-off to The Amanda Show, in which Drake Bell and Josh Peck originally appeared, although the first episode of the series is known to the fans as the pilot. There is a real pilot of the show, with different casting. No additional media about the pilot is available other than a video clip of the first scene. There were slight differences between it and the final product. For example, the dads were different between the one in the first episode and the pilot. Disney's Coyote Tales was a TV movie directed by Robert Heath that aired on the Disney Channel in 1991. It was an extended remake of The Coyote's Lament, an episode of the 1961 anthology series Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color. It was never aired after its 1996 release, but it was eventually found by Disney. Initially, you needed a Comcast subscription to view the movie, but in 2017, it was uploaded online. Not only did 9/11 lead to a great loss of life, it also led to a lot of media becoming lost forever in the preceding destruction. Many historical documents, works of art, and other media were permanently destroyed in the attacks. Some notable pieces of media that were lost in 9/11 include artworks by Rodin, Picasso, Moreau, Klee, and Lichtenstein, archaeological findings that date to the 1700s, writings from Helen Keller, her original photos and letters, 40,000 photographic negatives of JFK, and 50,000 photographs from a Broadway theater archive. Gigantic was a Disney animated musical based on the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk that began production in 2013 but was confirmed to be cancelled in 2017. Set in Spain during the Age of Discovery, the movie would have followed a character named Jack as he discovers a world of giants hidden above the clouds. In 2017, Gigantic's production was cancelled for unknown reasons. No footage from the movie has resurfaced, though there are rumors that Disney plans to release the movie as soon as 2022. What's also been found is allegedly lyrics to one of the songs in the movie. There are deleted scenes that had Mary Jane in this movie. She was to be played by Shailene Woodley from Divergent fame. Her entire role in the movie would later be cut. No footage of these scenes have been resurfaced. There was a scene in a coffee shop, a scene with Peter and MJ, and a scene with Gwen Stacy and MJ. Here's Mark Webb's thoughts about it. There was one little scene at the beginning where she is next to the door, and it took place right around the montage when he comes back. And there was another little moment between Gwen and MJ, but it just tipped over. The relationship between them, Peter and Gwen, is so sacred and so powerful that it just didn't feel right. And it sucks because Shailene is such a fucking great actress and so cool and magical, but it was just about having this obligation to this romance that I thought was sacred. It was just one of those things. The developer of Fez couldn't take criticism, so instead he tried to run off with the money he already earned and cancelled Fez 2. He gave no other reason other than hating the video game industry. The sequel is lost to this day. This was a very weird religious commercial about Subway. A bald guy asks God for perfection, and God gives him Subway. The commercial was lost for a while, and there were recreations of it that ironically had higher production value than the original.
O great seer, vessel of wisdom, voice of truth, I hunger for perfection.
And perfection can be yours. Take your hunger to Subway Sub.
Subway Sub.
There you'll find Subway's new roast chicken breast sub. Tender, succulent chicken roasted to the point of perfection, nestled in an oven-fresh roll, graced with Subway's universe of extras and the zesty glory of Pace's picante sauce. Absolute perfection.
Subway.
The concept of the show revolved around acknowledging teenagers who are doing good for their community and the world. Each teen would receive approximately $10,000 to help further their education, donate to their charity, or donate to a charity of their choice. About 4 teenagers would be selected to win the prize each year. Musicians would also play at the award show each year. The show was cancelled in 2017 after Viacom enacted budget cuts and shifted focus to the so-called 6 Prime brands. Despite airing for 9 years, there is only one full version. On December 26, 1979, a series of concerts were held at the Hammersmith Odeon in London, England for the benefit of victims of war-torn Cambodia. The series of concerts were called Concerts for the People of Kampuchea. Queen's performance, which opened the concerts, is only partially available in video form. The audio is all completely available. Some of the footage is completely unavailable, such as Jailhouse Rock, Mustafa, and Bohemian Rhapsody, which only have a few seconds of video. Bootlegs did not account for much of the concert, but fortunately, most of the concert and video is found. Sonic 4 was a very controversial game, with many pointing negatively at the low-quality graphics, wonky physics, and unoriginal themes of Episode 1 in particular. Although the series only ever made it to Episode 2, and Episode 3 was planned before being decided against. It would have starred Knuckles. Nothing in terms of concept art, builds, or the like has been leaked, and as time passes, it's less likely that that will happen. Okay, so I need to explain what a storyboard jam is. A storyboard jam is something that disgruntled animators use to vent out their frustrations for a cartoon that they're working on, and they'd put a lot of comedic, very dark stuff on it. And Rugrats was no exception. This was an exceedingly dark series of sketches by the crew that made Rugrats. It features poisoning, sexual harassment, pedophilia, and child abuse. Given the allegations of grooming a minor that Steve Russell has faced, this makes the storyboards all the more unsettling. He was the one who put in the pedophilia jokes, i.e. Stu harassing Angelica and abusing the kids. The Crow is a 1994 action horror film directed by Alex Proyas and stars the late Brandon Lee in his first and final lead performance. The film follows a man who's been brutally murdered and comes back from the dead with supernatural powers. He was accidentally shot with a prop gun that was loaded with blanks but more ammo was mistakenly put in the gun, and it was enough for the blank to act as a real bullet. Despite being Cartoon Network's first truly successful show, What a Cartoon wasn't archived. There were no video releases of any kind. It had created the Powerpuff Girls, Cow and Chicken, Dexter's Laboratory, and Courage the Cowardly Dog, but a lot of the show was lost. What was missing were the original variants of the shows that it popularized. Thankfully, all of these episodes were found.
SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy.
Video Mods was a TV show that aired from 2004 to 2005 on MTV2, making it the shortest running series for MTV. The network ordered 7 more episodes featuring video game franchises such as Star Wars and Destroy All Humans in 2005, before they eventually canceled it. Rebel Taxi was able to name some of the lost episodes, including the infamous SpongeBob Blink 182 cover. Ayrton Senna crashed during the 1994 Formula One San Marino Grand Prix, held in Imola on May 1st, 1994. He crashed into the Tamburello corner at the Autodromo Enzo E. Dino Ferrari while crashing his Williams FW6. The incident, which was broadcast around the world on live television, had occurred on the 7th lap of the race. Senna's car left the racing line at 190 miles per hour, ran in a straight line off the track, and struck an unprotected concrete barrier. The right front wheel shot up upon impact and entered the cockpit, striking the right frontal area of Senna's helmet. Senna was put on life support due to Italian law, but died soon after. His death was considered a national tragedy. Most footage of the incident is found, but there are certain parts that aren't available. For instance, footage of paramedics trying to revive Senna, but failing to do so, is lost. Much of the onboard footage is also lost, including the crash itself. This is the final frame of the onboard footage before Senna's fatal crash. This version of Doom was criticized for looking too similar to Call of Duty or Battlefield. You play as a lone survivor to an invasion of hell provoked by UAC, destined to meet with the resistance force and quell the invasion. It had a shooting and combat style similar to Doom 2016. The game was scrapped, and very few people had access to builds of the game. There is, however, footage of the gameplay. On 22nd February 2015, Fernando Alonso was testing his McLaren MP430 during a Formula One preseason testing session at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya when he suddenly veered off and crashed into a wall at turn 3. It was deemed unusual that he crashed his car in these circumstances. There was camera footage and CCTV footage that captured it, but it was never released, and thankfully Fernando survived. There was going to be a Mask 2 that featured Jim Carrey, but it was cancelled. Nintendo held a contest and offered to show The Mask 2 to whoever won. They assumed that Jim Carrey would reprise his role as the main character, but he later denied this, saying that he didn't like playing the same role twice. There is some evidence that at least something was filmed, otherwise why would Nintendo do the contest? Demi Lovato's appearance on Beat Shazam was pulled off the air. This was due to her having a drug overdose soon after the episode had aired. The episode was later uploaded on YouTube by Game TV, and a cellophane copy of the episode was also uploaded. The Cold War satire Dr. Strangelove was Stanley Kubrick's breakout film. Typical of Kubrick, there are deleted scenes. The most notable scene is the now lost deleted ending, which might have been over the top, at least by Kubrick's standards. The final version of the film ended with the formerly wheelchair-bound title character Dr. Strangelove, played by Peter Sellers, emerging from his wheelchair and taking a few steps, followed by an abrupt cut to a montage of atomic bombs detonating. However, the film's original ending was 11 minutes long and featured a large-scale pie fight taking place in the war room. There was a scene where the president was struck in the head with a pie, and someone says that the president has been struck down in his prime. Considering that the movie was edited soon after JFK's assassination, this was likely a factor in it being cut. Airing for the first and only time at 10:30 Halloween night of 1983 was a 35-minute early directorial effort of Tim Burton's, titled Hansel and Gretel, a quirky Japanese-style take on the original Brothers Grimm story. The live-action short was commissioned by Disney and was created the year beforehand on a modest budget of $116,000. The movie was not archived by anyone who watched it. Tim Burton was embarrassed by the film. Disney thought it was too dark, and it was only available to watch in the Burton exhibition. Eventually, the film was found on a VHS rip and uploaded online. During the original 1995 run of Cartoon Planet, when it aired both on TBS and Cartoon Network, was an hour long and was made to host various cartoons from the Turner Library. It included bumpers to bookend the commercial breaks. Most of these bumpers are lost, but some have resurfaced online as a compilation of them were put on YouTube.
This is Andy, live from Cartoon Planet. It's Friday, December 8th. Superman takes on the Bulleteers. Next! Welcome back to Cartoon Planet. Don't miss Adam West, Eartha Kitt, Lee Merriweather, and Your Mother. Tonight at 11 Eastern on Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. Now back to Cartoon Planet on Cartoon Network. Coming up next, Bugs gives Elmer rabbititis, and Pinto Kovic goes to the dogs in Ding Dog Daddy.
There have been 3 live-action films based on Diary of a Wimpy Kid being released from 2010 to 2012, but what is not known to the public is that there was a planned animated special based on cabin fever. It was announced, but nothing came of it. As of 2019, nothing special of the project has surfaced. Jeff Kenney has made another live-action movie since then, but nothing about the animated special has been announced since 2013. Disney may be working on an animated film based on cabin fever, however. Used as a secret weapon by the Byzantine Empire to stave off foreign invaders, Greek fire was a closely held secret for 700 years, having a similar effect to modern-day napalm. Callinicus of Heliopolis is thought to have refined the recipe around 778 AD. It has been speculated that Greek fire probably consisted of a mixture of petroleum, pitch, sulfur, pine or cedar resin, lime, and bitumen. The original recipe for this weapon, however, remains lost. On November 13th, 1986, volunteer Michael Lush was killed during his first rehearsal for a live stunt for the Late Late Breakfast Show. The stunt, called Hang 'em High, involved bungee jumping from an exploding box suspended from a 120-foot high crane. The clip attaching his bungee rope to the crane sprang loose from its eye bolt during the jump. Lush died instantly of multiple injuries, and the show was cancelled on November 15th, 1986, after Edmonds resigned, saying that he did not have the heart to carry on. On January 2004, Pixar announced that they would not be renewing their agreement with Disney due to rising tensions between the two companies. While Pixar left to find different distributions, Disney bought the rights to the Pixar characters and created Circle 7 Animation. The company was formed to make direct-to-video sequels of Pixar's movies. That was until Disney bought Pixar for $7.4 billion and canceled all the movies that they were working on. Most of the footage has not been recovered, likely because not much footage was even created. However, there is plenty of concept art, storyboard art, and the scripts for all of the films except for Monsters, Inc. 2. Coca-Cola commissioned a Charlie Brown Christmas, and it included product placement for the soft drink, most notably sponsor IDs with a unique animated sequence. It is unclear when the special sequences stopped. However, Standard sponsor tags have been shown annually until CBS stopped showing Peanuts specials in 2000. Some recordings have resurfaced, but others remain lost. For the first Academy Award for Best Animated Feature of the 74th Academy Awards, character animation of the stars of the nominated animated features were made for Shrek, Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius, and Monsters, Inc. The unused animations for the hypothetical alternative outcomes have not been released in any form. Earthbound 64 refers to an early version of the 2006 Game Boy Advance game Mother 3, the third and final game in Japanese celebrity Shigesato Itoi's Mother trilogy of video games. Developed over the course of 12 years, the game spent the longest period of its development as a title for the Nintendo 64, before being temporarily cancelled in 2000 and shifted to the Game Boy Advance shortly after. The game chronicles the story of brothers Lucas and Klaus, whose lives are dramatically changed following an invasion by the boorish and militaristic Pig Mask Army. A prototype of the original game still exists, but it has never been made public.
マザーシリーズの最新作がついに任天堂64で登場する。立体的になったぞ。
This was a remake of The Muppet Show set to release on its anniversary. No information was given other than a press release in 2007. There is speculation that there was a pitch episode made, but nothing is certain and nothing was released. Welcome to Pooh Corner is a Disney Channel show that began airing on the same day that the Disney Channel began airing, on April 18th, 1983. It's notable for being the first Winnie the Pooh TV series. There is a French dub, but a lot of the content for it is lost. Much of what is lost is the French dub, and some episodes are not confirmed to exist. Epic Mickey is a video game franchise developed by Junction Point Studios and distributed by Disney Interactive Studios. The game stars Mickey Mouse traveling to the Wasteland, a land for all the forgotten Disney characters that no one remembers, with the power of both paint and thinner. The series was notable for having the first appearance of Oswald, the Lucky Rabbit, Walt Disney's first big original character, as a major character since 1943, along with his first appearance with Mickey Mouse.
Look at them all, so happy. They ain't never gonna know what hit him.
Originally pitched as an animated film by producer and lyricist Howard Ashman to Walt Disney Studios, the story of Aladdin went through many different hands between 1987 and its final release in 1992, resulting in many different scripts, outlines, and treatments. However, the most famous and sought-after treatment is Ashman's original 1988 treatment. Unfortunately, Ashman had HIV. The producers would visit him in his home to ensure he had a part in the film. Despite all of this, only 2 of his songs ended up in the final soundtrack. This episode of Pokemon is infamous for its flashing lights causing seizures to 685 children and giving 10,000 people nausea, blurred vision, and headaches in Japan. Pokemon went on a hiatus for 4 months, and the episode was banned. It's likely an English dub for the episode was never released. Here's what Veronica Taylor, Ash's voice actor, has to say about the episode. He said that they have not done an English dub of the episode in an interview, but on an online forum, she claimed 4 kids made a dub of the episode, but never aired it. The episode was pulled before 4 kids received dubbing rights, making it unlikely that they dubbed it, if not impossible.
Premieres Friday at 9:30, part of CCF on Cartoon Network.
Bye.